And how is it going, everyone? Welcome to more Gran Turismo 3. And today my plan is to start with the license test, the S license test, which is the only, well, not the only one remaining, because there is the rally one as well, but I don't really care about rally so far. I don't know why the R is on the other side there, but whatever. The only thing I care about is, for now, the S license, so we're gonna do that. Yeah, if I remember correctly, in the other Gran Turismo games, this was like a full, a full track time trial, essentially. Which is not that big of a deal, but the chances of, you know, basically not getting the bronze. Well, it's not about chance, it's about the amount of time committed, right? Doing a full lap means that if you fail, you have to start from a lot further ago than if it was just a 20-second segment. I think that that's historically always been the case in the S license for Gran Turismo, that you have to do always always a whole track. And the scary thing is that there is only a 4-second difference between gold and bronze, which is, I mean, it's obviously a lot of time for a single lap, but it feels that, yeah, chances might not be fully on my side. Oh wait, there are cones here, you cannot knock those down. They put it specifically so you cannot... Well, you couldn't skip the chicane regardless, because you will be out of track, but you cannot even, like, cut through the piano. 10 seconds, yeah, I don't know if this is gonna be enough for bronze. 1, 3, no, it won't. But yeah, this is essentially the problem here. The problem is that every time you retry, you have to go through the whole track again. And well, in this particular case, this is not that long of a track, but if they make this on, for example, Monaco, that will be a problem, or even worse, in Le Mans. If this is in Le Mans, that will be an issue. Like a whole lap in Le Mans, depending on the car, of course, but that could be a very long time. We could be talking here about... Well, it really depends on the car. Like, for example, with this thing on Le Mans, you will take easily 6 minutes for a single lap. I will assume that if they make you go on Le Mans, they will at the very least make you use a Le Mans prototype. I want to believe, you know. Hard to tell. It's pretty evil that they put those cones in the chicane, but because it's not like... I mean, it's not illegal to... As long as you have 2 tires on the piano, I don't think it's illegal to go through the inner side. Not like the AI cares about that anyways. The AI just does whatever they feel like doing. At least this time we got the bronze. But by quite a lot, in fact. Yeah, by quite a lot, but still not enough for silver or anything out of bronze, but it's okay, I'll take bronze. Wait, was I supposed... Yeah, I was supposed to put Exit. Here we have the Ford GT. This is a classic, and this is gonna be on the Seattle circuit, on reverse as well. Alright, sure. Oh, the Force GT, the problem that this thing has is that I think that it loses control very easily, right? It's supposed to be a super fast car, but has the disadvantage that it's just very easily oversteer. Keep in mind that since this is an urban circuit, you don't have the off-track disqualification, but if you crash against a wall too hard, you will get disqualified. Like I almost did there. But I'm fine, I'm fine. At least the threshold for the crashes, you have to really crash against the wall to trigger the disqualification. Oh, these champs are... Bro, why are those champs there? Like, especially with a car like this, it will clearly make you lose control. God damn it, dude. Though I just think that that's, in general, a failure of the game's engine. Because it shouldn't make you lose control that badly. Or rather, the cars in general should not champ that much, I feel. I will have to investigate what this track originally looked like, cause those champs could not be there in real life. There has to be something wrong about that. Something that I do wonder is what tires these cars are using. Talking about super soft, or they can steer very well with them. Obviously some corners are very slow and it's still hard to take them, but okay, here. Basically, for those champs you just gotta try to, well, to not be steering at that time. I mean, which is obvious, but it's not that easy to do. This should be more than enough for bronze. Or is it? Wait, where is the finish line? No, it's right there. Okay. Nice. If you are steering a little bit while the jumps are happening, you are gonna lose control. And even more so with a car like this. This car is very powerful. Right, now we have the Trial Mountain. Wait, on a Miata? Why on a Miata, dude? Why did we go from the previous two cars to this thing? You know that a lot of people recognize the Miata as an absolute classic of a car. But seeing it in the beginning of these games as the designated shit car makes me not like it, you know? Makes me instinctually reject it. Also, does this count as off track? No. I guess the floor lines don't matter at all. in that sort of these sort of signs are supposed to mean that that place is reserved for parking, but yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter too much here. Also, this thing is really struggling on the uphill. Okay. Oh, that was surprisingly well done, but I don't know if this is gonna be enough. I kinda doubt it. There is still a lot to the finish line, right? See, you have this chicane, but it's still quite a long... Okay. That's messed up. I feel like I did that lap very well. I mean, obviously not perfect, because I cannot do it perfectly, but I feel like I did that super well, but according to the game, no. That was simply not enough. Alright, well, screw you too, I guess. I need to take more risk then. Let's see, for example, there, I feel like I didn't take many risks. I went too slowly. And maybe in those corners, in the previous attempt, I simply went too slow. Just that at this point in time, I'm not very used to use a car like this. When I see those corners, my instinct is to slow down, but apparently it's not the right call here. Here, when it tries to uphill, it takes a very long time to do so. That corner is so weird to take. I feel like I'm in the same situation as last time, but we will see. Yeah. That was barely even better. The other one was 57 seconds and like 4 tenths, and this one is more closer to 57, but that's a whole... Where do you want me to get a whole second here, dude? I mean, I know that there are many places, but... I don't know, I feel like you are abused. Yeah, that's the problem. If I try to risk it, that happens. I feel like you got a little bit picky with this one, especially making me drive a shitbox like this one. That doesn't help. At least you could have picked a shorter track if you wanted to use the fucking Miata, dude. I don't know if the game liked that drift or not, but I personally thought it was pretty cool. It would be nice to have like... Well, you have a checkpoint system here. You can see it says like T1, T2, but it doesn't compare to your previous time, so you don't know how good you are doing. In this case, I wish it was more like Trackmania. Trackmania, every time you go through a checkpoint, it tells you your time differential with your personal best. Oof, that was close. I don't know, I feel like I'm doing the exact same lap time every time, but maybe this time it's different. Hopefully. Alright. Thankfully it was enough. Alright, can you get me out of the Miata and not make me get into one ever again? I would appreciate it. But it was thanks to a Miata that I got enough money on the Endurance to buy the car I'm using now. Okay, we're using a GTR. So we might have a little bit of a smoother driving here. But it's my first time driving a car like this in this game, so not sure how it will feel like. Okay, yeah, I exaggerated the braking there. These cars are very good at braking. At braking and at handling and all of that. But as I say before, the question is also what tires are you using here? Are they super soft or what? Oh, oversteer. I actually oversteer with this thing. Though that corner there is basically a murder corner. That corner is there to kill you. That whole inclination and shit. I don't think a corner like that will exist in most real tracks. I'm saying most because there are tracks like Nürburgring that have even worse corners. One of them, the one that they call the carousel, an absolute shitfest of a corner. At least I didn't oversteer, but I still drifted there. And the question is if this is gonna be enough. I mean, well, the finish line is at the end of the straight. Maybe? No, not really at the end, actually, but yeah, it was enough. Yeah, these cars drive very well. Like, when I compare this to the Lotus I'm using, it's a day and night difference. But what might also be true is that if they are using super soft tires, I'm pretty sure that... Oh shit, the Hachiroku... and on rain... Yeah, these assholes are definitely initial D fans, there is no doubt about that. But at least the good thing is that they don't make the tunnel wet. That's a nice detail. Okay. Yeah, the wet floor makes it very hard to do anything. That's the reason why I'm going so slow in the first place. And so far, there hasn't been any event in the main mode that has a wet floor. Maybe in professional there's gonna be one. Because in amateur I didn't see any yet. And well, in beginner much less. Ah, fuck. Yeah, I knew I was gonna oversteer. Damn it, these fucking hairpin corners are even... They are even worse when it comes to... obviously to having the floor wet. It's okay, that didn't count as a disqualification, but it doesn't matter because I still lost control. Tim, why will you do this though? Why will you require... Well, because here's the thing, it's not the first license test that requires you to go on wet floor, but since so far I haven't seen a single wet floor event, why do you even do this? You're preparing me for something that doesn't exist. I don't know, this thing... Oh, it has the white front. This game also has a version with the black front of this car, I mean. Thankfully this time didn't spin out. How am I gonna do this chicane is the real question. Oh, it could have been worse. I mean, it's mostly because I'm with such a slow-ass car that it matters very little. I'm assuming that the bronze being 2 minutes is because most of the... Yeah, like it can barely accelerate even on this straight, so... It's gonna take a long time to reach the finish line. Like a big portion of the test is just going straight here. Alright, still got the bronze at least. But oof, that's that was a rough test, without a doubt. Okay, don't worry. Was not enough to stop me. Huh. Wait, what's your obsession with Laguna Seca and the Dodge Viper? I don't get it. It's the second test with these conditions. Just that the other one was only for the corkscrew. But at least this Dodge Viper is the racing version. Could be worse. It's still a very heavy car though. Nice, good corner. That one on the other hand, not so much. Ah, that was off track, damn it. But it was good enough. In those things, it's hard to know when it's gonna be off track and when it isn't. I think that already the first corner is gonna be a problem. And I don't wanna imagine how bad the final corner is gonna be. The final corner is very slow, so... Would have been better, but wasn't that bad, I think. how are we gonna do the corkscrew? Very slowly, but no, yeah, that was bad. Well, and also off track, god damn it. What are they doing with the corkscrew? Also, how is it going, Kyle? I'm getting the yes license. But yeah, unfortunately, well, as expected, it's a full lap time attack, so the annoying thing is that every time you gotta retry one, you gotta retry quite a lot. No, that's off track too, god damn it. I cannot calculate that fucking corner. I hate that corner every time. Like, that's a corner made to farm off tracks. So not just off tracks on the inner side, but also make drivers feel confident and actually go overboard with the speed and just go off track on the outer side. Like, that's such a shit corner. I mean, it's not as bad as the corkscrew. Supposed to be a fast corner where you have to risk everything. If you don't, you lose a lot of time. Like, for example, there, that break that I did made me lose a lot of time. Okay. All of that pales in comparison with this shit. The corkscrew is just devilish. What about the final corner here? Would have been worse, but I don't think this is gonna be enough. Ooh, it barely was enough. Holy shit. It's still very evil all around. But no problem. There are only 2 remaining. Oh, you have to be shitting me, dude. It's like the longest non-fiction, the longest fictional track in the game. With the TBR. Damn it, dude. It's definitely a track you don't want to redo. Though if you look at the time, it's not that much longer than that test on wet floor with the Hachiroku. So I think that it's not that bad. It's that this car is kinda shit. I never knew what Gran Turismo's obsession with TBR was. Maybe it's just the fact that it was a cheap license to acquire, but like, these cars look so fucking ugly. And I never, well, I mean, that's a skill issue on me, but I never heard of this outside of Gran Turismo ever. Yeah, I know that's a skill issue, because maybe they are quite known, but like, who gives a shit about these cars? You know? I mean, look at this, dude. Like, it couldn't be more ugly if it tried. It's like, it's ugly on purpose to send a message, to be like, you know, cars don't need to be good looking. Well, I disagree. You are ugly as shit, and I don't wanna see you. Yeah, whatever. TBR is technically a Gran Turismo OG. It's been here since the first game. It's kind of like one of those things where, you know, like Street Fighter characters like Zangief are always an OG because it's been there since the not the first game but the second one, but the second game might as well be the first one. The first one doesn't count. Not to mention it's a car that doesn't even drive that well, at least in this game. I obviously don't know how it will be in real life, but in this game it's like the typical shover car that you will only use to play an exclusive event that requires you to use it. But outside of that you will never have it as a choice because it's simply not worth it. Alright. Well, it should be more than enough for bronze. That's a very big gap between gold and bronze. That's full 9 seconds of difference. I don't know who is masochistic enough here to get all the gold. Zangief party hard at the gay foundry. Oh no. Oh, we are absolutely fucked. We have to do Monaco with a shitty one. Man, come on, dude. Why are you like this? Wow, I barely steer and this thing already lost control. This, correct me if I'm wrong, is not a Le Mans prototype. Literally the category is the shitty one. But I'm pretty sure that this game will probably put it in the same bag as Le Mans prototypes. Probably. I can barely accelerate. We're complaining on shit cars, so they gave you a better one. Well, I can complain of shit tracks then. So this is very evil, dude. Like, do these things even... Like, I'm pretty sure these things don't... Like, never drove in this track. Or maybe they... I mean, if you put Formula 1's car, I don't see why you wouldn't put this thing. I mean... having Formula 1 cars here is as ridiculous as having this thing, so... No TCS and no ABS. Bro, for the last time, ASM is not the same as ABS. They are two different things. ABS is a braking system. Has nothing to do with well, I mean, I guess it has to do with stability, but it's precisely exclusively for brakes. This thing is not only for brakes. That's also pretty fucked up, now that you mention it, having no TCS. Because these cars in real life have TCS. That's the thing, like, for a lot of people, you might think that, you know, TCS is like a game help, you know, like it's not a real thing, it's only there to help noobs. No, TCS is a real thing, and it gets used constantly in professional events. It's a standard. It's something that, in fact, I don't think you are allowed to turn it off. Like for safety, you are supposed to always have TCS with monster cars like this one. But no, here I guess you don't. Yes, yeah, I mean you don't deserve it, maybe. It is a very evil test, and what's even more evil is that bronze is not as far from gold as it was in the previous one, but this one is clearly a harder event, so... I can't help oversteering here. Not doing it on purpose, yeah, and that's not even close to enough. What were you smoking with this, dude? Like, you can't be serious here. You absolutely cannot be serious about this. Especially when the previous test was the one it was. Using a fairly slow street car in a... I mean, in a not so easy track, but that the car was slow enough to not be a problem. Then you give me this monster car on fucking Monaco. I feel like you have issues. You have issues and you're taking it out with the players. Unless there is a way to activate TCS here. There's also another nonsensical thing, like... For something like that, for something like this, it should always be enabled. It will have to be mandatory. I mean, the real problem is the corners that you have to downshift to 1, which basically make the car go crazy, as expected. It is some bullshit, dude. Is there a way to change the settings? No, there isn't. There is no way. Well, I don't know, dude. I don't see myself beating this one. This one seems like it's crazy. ABS was the one in GT7. Well, I mean, ABS is you know, also another real life mechanism. In fact, the one that I never heard of, and maybe it exists, but I never heard of the assisted stability management that this thing has. Like, that's one that I don't remember hearing about before. But maybe it also exists, but maybe it's just something that cannot be that easily disabled, I don't know. All I know is that both TCS and ABS are real systems. Real systems that get used, by the way. I have a feeling that if I want to do any progress today, I will probably have to leave this license for some other time. I don't think I'm getting this today, or ever for that matter. It is an absolutely insane last test. I mean, it will be insane whether it will be the last test or any test, but you're absolutely out of your mind, game. Like, because it's not even a realistic scenario. check out the demo to find the best line? Or can you put a camera that actually makes sense? I guess not. Don't you have a chase camera? I don't like any of this shit. I want a chase camera, not all these crazy effects. How am I supposed to analyze this shit if I cannot even look at it? Not to mention all these ugly effects that you put. If your idea is for me to check... What the hell? Is that a bug? I'm assuming that's a bug. Like, that's supposed to be the demo car. And not even this garbage can finish the track. And you want me to finish it? And that shit's crazy. You see that shit? That was the car from the demo. So wait, no. Oh, that sucks. Now I have the ghost here because yeah, that's a problem. He ran out of fuel. He ran out of fuel to leave. Man, I'm not a fan of Ghost at all, though. How do I even disable it? Like, to me, ghosts are so distracting, they achieve the opposite effect that they try to achieve. Let me see. Well, it doesn't seem like there is a way. Well, you have options, but these are the regular options. Without the assist, you will have to control the acceleration very well. Of course. Yeah, that's the issue. PlayStation 2 buttons are analog, apparently, which is something I didn't know. And someone mentioned some time ago, and I was like, no, that's not the case. But it turned out that it is the case. Like, even the X is analog. So that means that you could actually here control your acceleration a lot better, but... like, yeah. That's not how it works with the controller I'm using. Oh, come on. Hey, I have a feeling that unfortunately I'd rather go to the professional league here, because this doesn't seem possible at all. Hey, this seems like an abuse. Especially this hairpin. How the fuck are you supposed to do this shit? You can set them to RL and L2 on options. So even if I were to do that, I don't think I will know how to get advantage of that. I mean, how to take advantage of that. Because I feel like that's a little bit complex for a game like this, you know? All things considered, that wasn't as bad as the previous one, but unfortunately not enough, but at least a lot closer. Definitely a lot closer. I don't know, because here the ghost is gonna appear, and this is gonna be a way faster ghost. At least here you will know how far you are, but it's extremely distracting regardless. That just tells you how insane this test is. Because I didn't have to see this in any other one. They took out assist to fuck emulation users. It might be. They knew that this was gonna be emulated, so they fucked them over by removing the assist, of course. I like how even my PV cannot help easing these walls. We're gonna be here forever. I feel like I'm playing Trackmania, and that's not a good thing. Trackmania is a game that is unnecessarily complicated, and that it also has very little incentive to get good at. And I'm feeling exactly like that right now. But yeah, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It oversteers so much, it's crazy. I mean, this is as insane as driving a Formula 1 car without any sort of electronic helps. Yeah, maybe 50 years ago they did that, but like 50 years ago they also died for doing that, you know? Not precisely something you will want to emulate. Wouldn't it have been a better idea to have the final test in Le Mans? Like, it would have been extremely long and all of that, but like, it would have been a way better alternative to this shit. I mean, especially for a car like this. Like, a car like this fits in Le Mans. That was such a good corner, and the corner exit, like, basically my tires got completely blocked. What a piece of fucking shit, dude. What an absolute piece of shit. I can't believe this is a serious test. Like, I cannot believe this isn't like, you know, a challenge that you get after you beat the game or something. No, this is something you need to do, because otherwise you cannot play some events, which, yes, are supposed to be the final events, but like, this is the ridiculous thing. One of the events locked behind S license is an oval race, which is basically whoever has the fastest engine or the fastest everything. Like, it requires no skill at all. And yet you put this as a requirement for that shit. Like, you're absolutely out of your mind. Like, you have to reevaluate your life, whoever made this license test. Yeah, the corner exits are essentially impossible to do. The corner exits are so shitty that it physically hurts me. Now enable manual transmission. It sounds like a great idea. Sounds like an absolutely great idea. This corner is nasty, dude. I tried to go so hard there, but... come on, dude. Like, see, this is my question. Why the fuck did you make the bronze medal on the previous track have 9 seconds of difference with gold and here only 4? Like, who was the absolute mentally deficient bitch that did this? Like, you have to be a moron. How is the previous one supposed to be more worthy of a difference that big than this one? Like, you're absolutely out of your fucking mind, to say the least. To put it softly, you know? You are mentally insane. There's no other explanation, it feels. Like, are you telling me that the previous one made more sense to have a wider gap than this one? Like, you're trying to filter players on purpose, out of contempt, you know? It's gonna be enough. Thankfully it is. Holy shit, dude. I hope they fire whoever came up with this piece of shit test. Like, holy fuck, dude. That was bad. With capital B. Nice license. Gold grind, yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. Damn, that was really absolute ass. I'm gonna save because I'm not redoing that garbage. I'm not redoing that shit. No thank you. But hopefully whoever came up with that is having a bad time. Alright, whatever. Professional league then. The professional league, it starts with a British GT Car Cup. But I could test it. So it has no limitations, so well, technically, even if it had limitations, my car is fitting for this. And it's supposed to be a GT, so that means that I should be way faster than all of these guys. I mean, this could be 10 laps. Well, on the right side, yes, as expected, I'm clearly way faster than any of these fools. But I have another question not related to that. Is my camera blocking the UI for the tires? That's important. The real problem here, and a problem with this car in general, is that, and especially after having used the other cars on the license test, is that this thing unfortunately does very badly in corners. And I think that one of the reasons for that is most likely because it's an MR car. MR cars, at least in Gran Turismo, I don't know in real life, but in Gran Turismo, MR cars are known for handling terribly. Like, out of all of the car categories, is essentially the one with the, usually with the worst handling. 4WD tends to be the best one. And no worries. There goes that. Not to mention that we got Turbo Lover, a song that we wouldn't want to disappoint, right? But I probably will have to, unfortunately. Couldn't find an emoji that meant ground salt time. The camera is fine, okay, thanks. It's because the camera, I didn't really put in any text file what the height was for this game. Because I kinda did that on the spot, like just putting my camera higher, so I never really noted it down. But the camera is fine, that's great. But I'll tell you what's not great. What's not great is the fact that this is 10 laps, dude. I mean, I kinda imagine that considering that the amateur cups were essentially 5 laps each. So, like, I'm not surprised, but I expected that to be reserved for championships, which is equally as bad, because, I mean, championships are very long. And here the real issue is, will this thing even be enough? Like, I'm mostly talking about the tires. Like, when are these guys gonna pit in, for example? I have no clue. I think the good thing about me is that I only need to pit in once, which means that I could pit in at lap 6, for example. When are these guys gonna pit in is my question. When are you gonna feel the urge to do that? At least I gotta admit something about that final license test in the S license thingy, that it made me do a lot more like throttle, well, I don't know how this is called, but basically made me spam throttle as a way to get out of a corner, and it's very useful. It's very, very useful. I mean, it's kind of a way to simulate you very softly pressing the throttle. But since it's only a button, your way of doing it will be by doing that, by spamming it, basically. It's useful for the how is it called? For the corner exits. Very, very useful. Like, with these professional races being so long, I've been thinking that there isn't really a reason to play the endurances. because you pretty much are constantly playing endurances here, so... I mean, obviously these are not as long as endurances, these are like proto-endurances, but... that's part of the problem, like... they are multiple of them. So, multiple of these mini endurances is like essentially doing an endurance at the end of the day. Like a championship in itself is like a whole endurance. But especially the amateur ones. But if the professional ones are gonna have 10 laps for each race, and there are 10 races in total, that whole thing is probably gonna take an entire stream to do. Like, that to me is absolutely crazy. Like, absolutely crazy. I don't even know how it's allowed. I guess it is. I'm starting to get worried that these guys are not pitting in. Why are you not pitting in, guys? What's stopping you from doing that? Don't you want to change those tires? I bet you do. I bet you really, really want to get rid of your current tires. No, they don't. The problem is that if they don't pit in a single time, I obviously also have to not pit in a single time. I mean, with this advantage I could probably still win, but they will at least overtake me once, that's for sure. All I can tell you is that it will be a pain in the ass, regardless of if they pit in or not, simply because of how long this thing is. Just very, very long. I really gotta look at the right side of that license test. Like, doing this thing with the throttle is allowing me to control this car a lot better. Though ironically, this event you only need international A. So if I didn't do the S license and I just did international A, I wouldn't have thought of doing this technique. And the guy behind me is still not pitting in. What are these things using? Like super slick tires? If they are using super slick tires, their way of driving definitely doesn't seem to be like that. I will have to enter the pits though. This is already looking like a problem. Well, one of them entered the pits, but it's like one of the last ones. I will have to pit in because of my rear right tire is in trouble. If this guy behind me doesn't pit in the whole race, that's a shame, but I cannot imagine that being the case. I thought I will be able to hold on for longer, but no, I can't. Like, this has to be the pits already. Alright. Let's see if he enters here or not, and if he doesn't, how much time I will have to recover. He does not enter the pits. He will pass here, right next to me. There you see it. Well, I mean, even if he doesn't pit in at all, I can still overtake him. He's not that far. But man, I hope at least you pit once, because it would be crazy if you somehow manage to not pit in the whole race. And by crazy, I mean cheating. It will certainly be cheating. Which, I mean, we already know this game is more than capable of doing that. We shouldn't be surprised. So this is the straight line that I'm gonna recover enough time to overtake him regardless. Oh, what happened with your tires, Mr. Elise? Huh? What's wrong? Maybe you should enter pits. But it feels to me like you're getting too cocky. And you think that pitting in is not necessary. Well, you're in for a rude awakening if you don't. On the right side, I don't have to enter the pits anymore, so... If you want to win, you will have to somehow overtake me. But yeah, good luck doing that, you little shit. I wish you luck. Something tells me that unless my opponents are actual Le Mans prototype cars, I should be able to keep using this car essentially until the end of the game. Because unless I drive against the actual fastest cars in the game, there is no way my opponents can deal with me. This car is just way too good, and the fact that it's fully upgraded makes it very nice. Well, it's also true that this particular race, all of my opponents are kinda shover cars. Well, in fact, the one that is in second place is supposed to be the only one that is... Well, I don't know if the only one, but it's supposed to be a more serious racing car. And believe it or not, he did not stop to pit a single time in the whole race. This guy is cheating so badly, it's actually embarrassing. I mean, thank God that it doesn't matter because I'm way faster than him, but that's absolutely crazy. If I didn't have an insane superiority here, like, I wouldn't win this race. Because the only way to have your tires last that long will be to use super slick tires. And using super slick tires will make me drive even worse than I'm driving right now. Because obviously they are tires that have absolutely shit handling. So if you weren't completely overpowering this guy, you wouldn't be able to win this. But I mean, that's the motto of the game, pretty much. We don't want close races, we want destruction. That's what they want. The real driving simulator, more like the real washing simulator. You don't completely wash your opponent, you are not winning. Also, that asshole went to pits. But not the Elise that is trying to win. I win though without much trouble. It's crazy that it takes a car to be this overpowered to win. That's absolutely nuts. It is what it is. So this one is a special stage 5, right? That's a cool track. I mean, I hope it's 10 laps and not more, I guess. It is 10 laps, okay. It is a track that is short, so wait, hold up, let me check. I just wanted to check the camera just in case, because Kyle say that it's fine, but I just wanted to check that it wasn't too high, because you can see the graphic perfectly, but maybe I was way too high and I blocked the rest of the scenery, but no, it's in the right spot. It's not that I didn't believe you, Kyle, it's simply that I wanted to make sure that it wasn't too high. No, it was on the right spot. So despite the fact that this is not a championship, it seems that my opponents are gonna be kinda the same. I mean, this Hélice has a different color, but it's the same car. So in this type of names, it's hard to tell where the accent will be. Like, is it supposed to be Hélice or Hélice? Okay, how will I know? Especially if it's an English word, it's an English word. I don't think it's a real word, but I mean, if it's a name, how will I know what's the right pronunciation, you know? Pretty hard to do so. Yeah, this race should be way more than free. No problem at all. So this is an insane advantage I'm already having on the second lap. 13 seconds on the second lap. So even if this guy never pits in like in the previous track, there is absolutely no way he's gonna win. Because I will probably need to pit in, but it doesn't matter. My advantage is so crazy that it really doesn't matter. And it's most likely because of this long ass straight after all. This long ass straight, where I clearly have the advantage, is probably what's making them, you know, not be able to stand a chance. Well, I'm glad. That's what you get for being cheating assholes. If you just respected the tire consumption, wouldn't be a problem, but you don't care. But yeah, you deserve this. You deserve this absolute destruction. You don't deserve anything less. And actually driving pretty well too. Okay. And here, since I know that my tires are not enough to last for the whole race, I could simply pit in at the end of lap 5, right? So should it be at end of lap 5 or end of lap 6? At the end of lap 5 it will mean that I did 5 laps. And you have 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, it will be at the end of lap 5. I can do that. No problem. I mean, if we're gonna pit once no matter what. Might as well don't let the tires deteriorate so much and just pit early. So the other alternative here will be using super slick tires and not pitting a single time, but that will make the driving way worse. It will make it way worse. So because of that, I think that the best idea is to do the strategy I'm doing right now. Yeah, I certainly am driving a lot better thanks to that throttling trick. Like, that's making me take corners a lot faster. Okay, here I could definitely smoke anyone without much trouble. I think that the next cup I will do after this is the MR cup. That one, I'm still assuming that this car should be more than enough for that. In fact, I really wonder what's the first cup where this car won't be enough. So far that doesn't seem to be happening anytime soon. Damn, 46 seconds of advantage. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy. And I'm gonna still have an insane difference even after getting out of pits. Very fucked up. Yeah, that 48 one is not real. It's still basing itself off a previous checkpoint. The difference right now is probably like closer to 20, but it barely even matters. Just doesn't matter at all. In fact, I wonder if I will be able to lap someone. Then it's actually 36. Man. I almost feel bad for this guy, but not really. Not enough. Definitely not enough. Well, I can definitely lap someone if they decide to pit, that's for sure. Pitting in here will be enough to lap any of the slow ones. If they are the same opponents as in the previous track, I feel like a couple of them should do it. So far nobody did. Nobody pitting in. I wonder why they are so much slower than in than in the previous track. Or maybe it's just the fact that I'm especially bad at Trial Mountain. It seems that every time that I do badly, it's in that one track. Like that track, I simply cannot do it properly. But I don't see why I will do a lot better with something like this, because it's not like I'm even using the walls as a safeguard here. Like most of the times I'm not even colliding with the walls, so I don't think it will be that. Like I'm either just naturally better at urban circuits or the AI is naturally worse at them. Or they are naturally better at the other tracks, I don't know. At this point, trying to find logic in the AI of this game is proving to be very hard. Oh, and those are the first cars I'm gonna lap. I hope you're ready. I'm definitely ready. Oh, that guy was gonna pit. If I was a little bit slower, he would have pushed me to the pits like that one time when I did the endurance. I mean, it would have been funny, but this time it wouldn't have cost me the race since my advantage is so absurdly insane right now. I mean, it's about to be a 1 minute of advantage. 1 minute. If the race was slightly longer, I will be able to just naturally lap that guy. The one at second place. Why such an insane difference between the previous track and this one? I don't know. It's certainly an insane difference. That was almost a good overtake, but it wasn't. Doesn't matter. Wait, the leader changed? Huh? Did you get into an accident? Are you really holding your tires as much as you can and you are unable to? See, the leader actually changed. No longer the Elise is this other one that I don't know the name of. It's certainly a different one. I mean, that's what you get for trying to stay with the same tires the whole race. Eventually it was gonna have a consequence, you know? Yeah, unfortunately, I will need one more lap to lap them. Like, I won't be able to lap them here. If I only had one more lap, I will be able to lap them both. With only this lap, it won't be possible. Well, I almost lapped the Elise though. He's right there. Oh, never mind, I actually lapped him. Well, it's shit. I actually lapped him. The other guy is the only one that I couldn't lap. That Tuscan. But yeah. So I feel, well, the price being low makes sense because these are at the end of the day very slow cars. Though it will be nice if the reward for clearing this will be the Elise, because that thing I can use it for an exclusive competition. So I wouldn't need to buy it. I don't know if the other ones will be useful at all. Like, it will have to be that one. Since the reward is completely random, it could happen or it could not happen. But we will see. Guess the Rome circuit is relatively short. But I actually don't know what circuit is shorter, if this one or the previous one that I just raced on. Hard to tell. They are both quite short compared to some of the other races. So I don't remember what my fastest lap in the previous track was. I'm afraid I cannot do the comparison, but it seems like they are both essentially the same length, more or less. Really feels that way. Oops. That was a bad corner. Does she know that these races have zero challenge in them? It's that a race being considered professional doesn't necessarily mean that it's gonna be harder than some of the amateur ones. It's just the way the game is made. Like, an amateur event is not necessarily gonna be easier than any professional event. And this one is definitely not hard at all. Not with this car, but like at this point in the game, why wouldn't you have a car like this? More importantly, why will you pick anything else when you have no restrictions? Because if this was restricted to British only cars, well, I will still dominate, ironically. At least it will give it will have a limit. You couldn't bring your cheapest car, but with no restrictions, like, the result is obviously gonna do this. It feels like this is the kind of cup that should have came earlier. Well, in fact, it should have been in amateur alongside the other regional ones. You know that amateur had like a Japanese cup, American and European, and on that you could have put like this one. And that way you also didn't use 10 fucking laps for this. Because you know, you don't really need 10. With 2 laps, it's more than enough to drive the point home that you are clearly superior than your opponents. That seems to be another big problem of this game. Extremely long races for no reason at all. If this was a restricted series at least, it will probably require some strategy from you, because you will probably go a lot more equally with your opponents. But when you could use anything, I mean, forget about this fully upgraded car. You could choose, for example, use the Suzuki Escudo if you wanted, like from stock without any upgrade, and you will demolish any of these morons without trouble, and nobody will stop you. And you could easily afford a Suzuki Escudo at this point of the game, considering that I already have a million, you know, before starting the professional thing is. It just seems that it's like the whole game is extremely badly planned. It's just very, very badly planned. What can you do? Problem is that now I'm too far into it to simply stop. So what I could simply do is like the final tournament and that's it. I don't know what you need to enter the final tournament, because by default it's completely locked. Like by default you cannot enter it. Like, I don't know if you need a Formula 1 car, or if you need to beat another tournament, or if you need to beat every single event up until that point. I don't know what the unlock condition is, but... Wait, I need to pit. I have no idea what the condition is, but... it will probably be... the real objective, you know? The real objective, instead of completing every single event, simply completing that final one with whatever prerequisites you might need. I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure you can say goodbye to the endurances. Maybe I could do one endurance simply to test what level of competition your rivals will offer, but aside from that, I think that there is no reason to do all of the endurances when you are already pretty much doing it with normal events. So yeah, that. Now I wonder, after this event, since I'm gonna do the MR Cup, if the card that I'm currently using will be an opponent as well. Because I will assume that this car is probably one of the best MR cars there is, you know? I mean, until you go to racing territory, I guess, but so far I haven't... Well, none of the MR races so far have used a racing car. I don't even know what racing cars are MR in this game. But I'm pretty sure multiple Le Mans prototypes are MR. I don't think they will make you drive against that. Like, they will probably save those for like the long championships or something like that. Hard to tell. Turismo seems abusive to overtake these guys like this, but I mean, what can I do? Well, pretty funny that this is a British Cup and we are driving in Italy. But none of the British tracks are in this game. Like, if I'm not mistaken, Brand Hatch and Silverstone are both British, right? They are not in this game. I know that Silverstone is in Gran Turismo 6, I think. And so is Brands Hatch. But yeah, not in this game. Well, in fact, I don't think any of the tracks is British. It's the reason why all of the the 3 tracks that were in this cup were all kinda random. The Rome one is the closest one since it's like in Europe. But yeah. The other ones, not so much. It seems that the Tuscan is not an opponent here either, because the one that is in 3rd place is extremely far from the Elise. Like that one. I wonder what car it is. Let me see you real quick. Who are you? That? Wait, it is a Tuscan, isn't it? Definitely looks like one. Have to see it on the front. Wait, or that's a TBR perhaps. Is that an actual TBR? I don't know if the Tuscan is supposed to be a TBR. Maybe it is, I don't know. The point is that you are really not trying to compete with the 2nd place. I mean, obviously you can compete against me, but with the not even the 2nd place. The 2nd place is all alone, all by himself. You are here without a care in the world. A little bit mean, honestly. Now, this is the kind of cup that would have definitely been a lot more interesting if this car wasn't fully upgraded. And that's one way of seeing it, but there's also the fact that being so long, you know, every race being 10 laps, it really feels that doing it as fast as you can is probably the superior alternative, if you ask me. Yeah, I do hope that the Racing Elise is the reward for beating this cup. Will be pretty nice. I wonder if there are any British cars in this game that are Le Mans prototypes, because I will be interested in getting them. Do a British run in this game, you know. Yeah, that was free. Well, in fact, the 2nd place is about to overtake to lap the last place. And yeah, it was a Tuscan, so for some reason this time the Tuscan didn't offer any resistance. Well, what's my reward then? Oh, it's a single reward. So, it's an Aston Martin. Well, I mean, I guess that the good thing is that I couldn't have gotten unlucky because it's a unique reward. Do you even have Aston Martin competitions? Maybe. I mean, I could check. Do you have a TBR competition? I don't want to look at those events. No, I'm interested in doing the MR challenge. I guess this one, you are restricted to MR, which is the car I'm using. Then another one at Trial Mountain, dude. This game really, really likes Trial Mountain, doesn't it? God damn. They are 10 laps as expected, and my car is actually an opponent here. I guess also as expected. But the one that, wait, the one on the top is a Ford GT. So that's gonna be the rival to it. Can I even do that? Only one way to find out. There's also, that's a Pagani Sonda, isn't it? There are a lot of fucked up cars in here. This one gonna be enough. Well, I certainly hope. That's off track, Mr. Ford GT. I guess the real question here is, are these guys gonna pit in? Because since here I'm most likely not gonna have the insane advantage that I got in the previous cup, I will need these guys to pit, because otherwise there is no way I win. Well, I mean, if they don't pit, I will have to change the tires and make them super slick to also guarantee not pitting. Because this Ford GT is not gonna be merciful. It's a very fast car. I mean, it's supposed to be an absolute classic, you know. So Trial Mountain might still be my weakest track regardless, you know. And maybe in the other two tracks the Ford GT is not even gonna be that close to me, but in this one it seems like it might. It's very important to see. Well, but it's not just the Ford GT. Looking at everyone else, they are not going that slow. So I will, if I want to win, I will need everyone to pit in, actually. So that might be an issue. If one of them decides to rebel and just not enter the pits. So for now, let's play it out and see how it goes. Man, if this car can even beat this competition, this has been an amazing idea. Like, I couldn't have gotten a better idea than using this car as my main car. Really was the thing that defined the run, essentially. This guy is still like around 5 seconds. So I don't think the difference is gonna be much bigger than that. If I want to pit without this guy overtaking, it will have to be higher than that. Or he will have to pit. I mean, considering that I'm gonna pit regardless, I wonder if I should pit at the end of the 5th lap regardless or not. Or if I should wait, but it's not like I get any advantage for waiting, right? I mean, these guys are gonna pit or not regardless of what I do, so I as well make it easier for myself and pit on lap 5, since it's not gonna change their behavior. Though something that it might do actually is have them as traffic. If I pit in and they overtake, they are obviously gonna be in front of me, and needing to overtake them again will probably slow me down. So that's one advantage of trying to take as long as possible to pit. Like having a higher advantage, higher time advantage. So that way, when it's time to pit, I might only need to overtake one car instead of 2 or 3, you know? That will be the idea. It seems that so far, the thing that is mostly carrying me is the insane horsepower this car has. So when it comes to corners, it still leaves a little to be desired. When you have so much power, it really doesn't matter. You can smoke everyone regardless. Well, if I pit in now, I think the only one I should have to overtake is the 4th GT. I don't think I need to overtake the other guy, like the one that is in 3rd place. It's hard to tell, honestly. And my tires can definitely stand another lap. That was bad. It's fine. No, I'm pitting in, I don't care. I'm pitting no matter what. The GT is definitely gonna overtake. That one, there is no doubt. My question is if the 3rd place overtakes. I don't think the 3rd place is gonna overtake. It shouldn't. You know, it's not gonna overtake. I only have to worry about the 4th GT and that's it. Well, in that case, that's fine. Good enough for me. So if he pits, it's essentially absolutely free to win. You will see in this straight where I'm essentially gonna be... But probably I'm not gonna be next to him in this corner that comes now. We're gonna cut down the difference by a lot. He's already right there. Very, very close. Yeah, this guy for now, he keeps going. But it really doesn't matter, because now, regardless of what you do, you're still in second place, and you will remain there. So have fun with it. Still trying to recover the lead, are you? Oh shit, he's being very aggressive. No, I'm not letting you have the lead. You are never getting the lead again. So get used to that second place. You will stay there. Assume it. Be friends with the second place. That's where you're staying. Yeah, I guess that this will be free, just like the British Cup. Because I feel like just like in the British Cup, I'm gonna struggle on Trial Mountain. But depending what the next tracks are, they are probably gonna be a walk in the park, just like the British Cup, which is a shame, because that's honestly boring as shit. But what do you want me to do? Blame the game, you know? I don't know if the Hélice will be a reward in this cup, because I don't think it's an opponent. But it would be nice if it was. So maybe at the end of the day I will have to buy that car if I want to use it, instead of trying to get it as a reward, you know? Something that I'm surprised is that the oil still hasn't bothered me. Like, I'm still in no need to change the oil. Very surprising. But it seems to be the case. In all things considered, the Ford GT is still pretty close. Like, if I were to make a mistake, I will probably be in danger of losing the race. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna make a mistake. If I haven't done that so far, you know that it only takes one loss of focus to make a mistake. Now, it seems that nobody else entered pits. Like, I was the absolute only one that did it. No one else dared to enter the pits. So essentially at this point the game it essentially expects you to use super slick tires. There is no other way, pretty much. Do not do a single pit entrance. That seems that it will be so ass to drive that I rather pit once than not pitting the whole race. Speaking of pits, I don't remember when was the first time that Gran Turismo has fuel as a mechanic. Like I already asked that question at some point. I don't know if it's Gran Turismo 4 or if it's another one. Yes, eventually you have fuel as a mechanic aside from tire wear. That was maybe not 100% free, but it really wasn't a problem. And my own car is supposed to be the slowest one. And like he's running on stock settings, cause I mean there is no other explanation. It was in 4, okay, thanks. Oh, we're going to Laguna Seca. Well, in every other race that I done in Laguna Seca, I did very well. Oh wait, okay, never mind, the Ford is there. And then a couple of Paganis on the... Is that a Porsche Boxster? That one back there? You know that thing was MR. Maybe it is. Well, I like the way this Ford GT is painted. I'm actually surprised that this game has so many colors for the Ford GT, because for what I remember in later Gran Turismo games, I don't think you have that many options for that car. I think that you have at most 2 different color configurations and that's it, so pretty cool that in this game you can paint it in so many different colors, right? Well, at least on the first lap I didn't fuck the corkscrew up. That's great. Now, since the idea is pit stopping, Laguna Seca pit stop is not that easy to enter. A little convoluted. When I do that, I will have to be a little bit careful. Just a little. So kinda weird to see that tracks like this one always have the same type of sky, like, or the same type of weather. Just have like the afternoon sun with some clouds. I mean, obviously at this point you cannot ask for a lot, and already what they are showing is impressive enough. It's weird that you're kind of going to the track at the same time of the day. I mean, I would assume that Gran Turismo 4 has a day and night system, right? Because that game has literal 24-hour resistance. It would be pretty silly if it was the same time of the day, regardless of the time of the race, regardless of the lap. At least I think that thankfully this game doesn't have those sort of ridiculous endurances. Not like I feel like doing them anyway, so I don't think it would have made a difference. Now the issue is that I'm not gaining any advantage with the Ford GT, and that's bad because that means that I won't be able to pit in at all. And he won't pit in either. I mean, I'm not driving well, so it makes sense that I'm not gaining any advantage, but it's not just that I'm not gaining any advantage, it's that he's gaining advantage on me. That's a little bit messed up, if you ask me. Just a little bit messed up. For some reason I got a lot of advantage there. I don't know what happened. I mean, it seems that I lose all of my advantage by the time that the corkscrew appears, to nobody's surprise, I guess. Yeah, that corner is ultra fucked up. There's no other way to slice it. I am still concerned because it's not a constant advantage, like it's more like a back and forth, and if it's a back and forth, I don't know if I can win this one. Not to mention how annoyingly slow Laguna Seca's pit entrance is. I might actually be in trouble here. This might be an actual problem. Seems like this sector is the one that I gain an advantage and then I lose it on the corkscrew. That was so bad. The moment I try to do that corner fast is the moment I fail. I'm not surprised, but god damn. That was pretty bad. Yeah, I don't think I'm winning this if that's the case, especially this is the lap I will normally pit in. Well, I guess I will pit in, but I definitely don't see myself winning this at all. Well, yeah, that's an issue, but I'm gonna keep trying. Yeah, this is such a slow ass pit stop, dude. And there goes the Ford GT. Say goodbye to him, because he's gone. He's gone. I don't like that advantage at all. Well, normally, see, here's the thing. This is not exactly how the whole pit stop in Laguna Seca is. Like, normally, you see that part that has the cones. That's the normal pit exit for Laguna Seca, but I guess not here. It's a different variant. Yeah, I don't think I can reach that Ford GT before the race is over. I'm gonna try, of course, but I think it's gonna be pretty hard. Borderline impossible, I will even say. Not gonna be that much of a boring race then, but not like losing is very fun either, you know. I don't think that's a nice alternative if you ask me. It feels like these guys are getting faster with every lap. You know, instead of getting slower because of tire consumption, no, it feels like every lap they get a boost. You know? It's like these guys are playing F-Zero. They didn't invite me. I mean, when you look at the minimap, he doesn't seem like he's that far, but I can guarantee you he is very far. Yeah, fuck those cones. Guess I have to start doing that. Just taking out cones. Doing these corners the fastest way possible. Might be the only solution. I mean, not winning this race will indeed be a big waste of time. Man, he really looks so close, but it's such a deceiving distance. He's not really that close as it might look. I might still reach him, it's just that there's only 2 laps remaining, you know. That's the biggest problem. I think the only way is by cutting this final corner, pretty much. It's just doing this shit. It's a completely illegal move to do, but I don't see myself winning otherwise. Okay. Now you seem very close indeed. Keep in mind the next one is the final lap. Oh, and that was very bad. I can't believe I lost a lot of time there. God damn it, dude. Why are you like this? Alright, I actually got his ass. And now I have to maintain the lead. Might not be that easy. If he didn't pit in on the previous race, he's not gonna pit in on this one. We just gotta maintain the lead as we are. And it seems that we might. Well, at least I can say that this race was more interesting because the result was not obvious, but I personally prefer more like having back and forth between me and the second place rather than essentially being like a glorified time attack, because here, like, except for that one time I overtook, the rest was essentially just driving in solitary, you know. But hey, it was more interesting than any of the previous races I got on this stream, so I guess I cannot complain. It was interesting at least. And I probably could have overtaken him even without cutting this final corner, because I got a 4-second advantage, and cutting the final corner twice shouldn't give you that advantage, you know? Like, that's too big of an advantage for that. But yeah, maybe it helped, at least the confidence part. Yeah, that was close, without a doubt. It was a cool race. I enjoyed it, at least more than the other ones. And the last one is in Midfield Raceway. Which track was this? Was this the one with like the super long straight? I think it was, right? Probably. Wait, 15 laps? Dude. Are you out of your mind now? 15 laps? Damn, son. It's like you're exaggerating a little bit right now. Well, if you want a single pit stop, I will have to pit stop on lap 8. Or 7, I guess. Just that 7 will carry the weight until the final lap, which could be decisive or not. Then 15 laps, talk about unnecessary. It's not like this track is shorter than the previous two, it isn't. It's pretty much the same length. In 15 laps, dude, can you believe that? Not to mention the reward is also completely disproportionate. You got 25,000 for winning a race that was, in this particular case, 3 times shorter. You got more money from a way shorter and easier race than this shit. But I will assume that at least here they will have to pit stop at least once, because I wanna believe that not even the hardest tires in this game at least can withstand 15 laps. Because in real life, hard tires can withstand way more than 15 laps in tracks like this, of course. Like that's one thing that is quite unreal about this game, is the tire consumption. Like, tires don't get weary that fast, much less if you're using slick ones, you know. Even if you're using super soft, it assumes that you're using super soft. They definitely don't wear out after 3 laps. I mean, unless you're driving in Nürburgring Nordschleife, 3 laps is very little for them to wear down to almost being unusable. But yeah. Well, it's okay. It's what I say, these are essentially proto-endurances that make the actual endurances have 0 value. Why would you play an endurance when half of the game is an endurance, pretty much? Now, this track having a lot more straights make me think that I should be able to get more of an advantage against this Ford GT. I mean, not only the main straight is extremely long, but also the set of corners leading to the final corner also are pretty much I mean, they have a long straight before it. Oh wow. For some reason my car understeer a lot there. I don't know why. A little bit exaggerated. At least with this advantage, if I manage to do only one pit stop, and that's a very important if, I should be able to win easily. But the real mystery here if one pit stop is enough. So as I say, I will have to survive. Well, or rather, my tires will have to survive until the end of lap 8. So wouldn't it be... I mean, at the end of lap 7, the issue is that... Well, it depends on how badly they are, I guess. At least in this track, the pit stop is very straightforward and shouldn't be that slow to go through the whole pits. You just go to the left and that's it. Not that big of a deal. No, I can definitely resist until the end of lap 8. They are obviously not looking so nice now, but I will assume that at the end of lap 8 they are gonna be red. But that's acceptable. Like that lap 8 is gonna be a clusterfuck, but should be good enough. And with this advantage that I have versus the Ford GT, it should be way more than fine. This advantage, essentially, like it feels like I could pit stop twice and still win. For now, let's just aim for one pit stop, not more. It's the ideal amount. Yeah, thankfully the tires are resisting very well. I don't know if it's because of the track or... Well, I'm certainly not conserving them well because I'm making them drift a lot, but... I think that the track is the one here that is very nice to my tires. Essentially, at the end of this lap, we're gonna pit in, and it's gonna be the only time in the whole race. But I'm still curious to see if my opponents will pit in. I really feel like they will be cheating if they don't. I mean, not like I need a confirmation for that, but I feel like it will be pretty lame. At least they should aim at role playing, you know. Like, pretend they are not cheating. But at the same time, it really feels like my tire consumption is very low. The fact that not a single tire is ready yet means that probably this track is just very nice to the tires regardless. So maybe if I was using super slick instead, I will be able to not stop a single time either. Alright. But regardless, onto the pits. It is actually a super fast pit lane regardless, so not a problem at all to enter it. Hey, look at how fast that was. Absolutely fast. There was barely a speed limitation as well. Like I could enter fast and I could also exit fast. In comparison, the Laguna Seca one, for example, took an eternity. I still think that the 15 laps are a little bit unnecessary. And by a little bit, I probably mean very unnecessary. Extremely unnecessary. Well, the 10 laps were already unnecessary, so this is just adding more fuel to the fire, you know? A little bit more fuel into the fire. For no reason. It's fine. And after this one, I want to do that like the wind event, that is the test course one, where you're supposedly gonna drive against all sorts of extremely fast competitors. Because the thing is that if this car already can reach 400 kilometers per hour, I really want to see how fast the fastest cars of the game can be, because they shouldn't be faster than that at all. And this is my poor twin. It's doing very badly right now. But I'm sorry, bro. I don't know what's your problem, but your more successful twin should slap you. And he's also gonna win the race, so yes, sorry about that. You should have spent more money on upgrades. But yeah, maybe driving this Cup might make you think that using the car I'm using is a bad idea. This car has been such an insane carry, it's crazy. It really feels that it's like the best car in the game so far. I still haven't seen the fastest races though, but this car can win against everyone so far. I will have to see an LMP competition to see how fast they get, and that's when I probably will need one of those. But if that's the only limitation it has, it's still the best car in the game for anything else. Like anything that is not the absolute fastest, this car demolishes it. But yeah, since we still haven't seen that, I still don't know. Maybe I can also demolish those. It's just that I very heavily doubt it. Like, I don't think this car, even fully upgraded, could mess with Le Mans prototypes, but I don't know, you never know. I mean, it can mess with racing cars, with cars whose purpose is supposed to be racing. And this guy, can smoke them without much trouble, you know. This guy is also having trouble though. That's just how the AI of this game is. Like, the AI of this game really plays like a scrub player. Like, they don't mind using the walls as part of the game, you know, instead of being something to actively avoid to try to make it realistic or whatever. No, they don't care about that. No fucks given at all. Just play like a noob. I'm surprised that I play better than the AI, you know. I'm certainly not a good player at all. But the fact that I drive better than the AI is concerning. It's very concerning. But that just means that the AI is bad, and that's it. Doesn't mean much more than that. But hey, at least they didn't want to make the players that play like that. They didn't want them to make them feel as scrubs, you know. It's a possibility. This will be a very crushing victory. Okay, and this Porsche are entering the pits, both of them. The game calls them roof because I think there is like an exclusivity contract back then with Porsche and Need for Speed, I think. Especially keep in mind that Need for Speed made a whole game about Porsche called Porsche Unleashed. So those cars that enter pits there are supposed to be a Porsche Boxster. I'm assuming because of rights they have to call them Roof something instead. Not sure exactly what Roof is. Because it's not like it's a fictional company, but I don't know what the relation between Roof and Porsche is. Whatever. You essentially know they are Porsche. It's like just like we've been told the other day that the Seattle circuit is just supposed to be the Detroit circuit, but with a different name. Oh wait, no way! The GT is entering pits on the very final lap. Well, that's surprising. Huh. Damn. He actually had to enter the pits once. Well, it's pretty sad that you had to do it on the final lap. At that point, you could have just tried to keep going, you know. Assuming that you weren't completely humiliating the opponents power-wise, at least you know that the fastest car in the race pits once. So, yeah, I guess that could be useful information. Not for me though. The AI cannot even handle my car. That's what I say. The AI absolutely sucks. Alright, so what do we get from this? Oh, we got. Wait, this is what car is this? Actually, don't know what car this is. Huh. Well, it looks cool, I guess. But I have to check, because I have no idea what car that is. What are we talking about here? Seed C, oh, it's Atomic Kyra. Well, seems to be pretty fast, actually. And very expensive as well. That's what it asked to be sold. So I don't even want to imagine how expensive it is to purchase it. But we can save first of all. As I say, I want the next race to be the wind event. I mean, that's pretty much the main reason why I wanted to get the S license. Though I don't know how long it could be. Wait, no, not that one, this one. You don't have any limitations. And then you only get 10,000 credits for winning. Well, in that case, I hope that at least the car reward is worth it. So what are my opponents? Okay, these are supposed to be... Well, at least there's one shitty one. And 20 laps on this shit? That's crazy. Well, obviously, one thing I will need are the super slick tires. There is no doubt about that. But yeah. Aside from that, well, as always, need to adjust the suspension. Well, not the suspension. I mean the transmission, to make it as wide as possible for this thing. And I don't know if this is gonna be enough, because I mean, theoretically, these are supposed to be the fastest cars ever, you know? Well, ever in the game, obviously. I mean, 20 laps in the oval, don't you think that's an exaggeration? Do you think that perhaps that's a little bit too much? When the car leading is an actual LMP. Like that Mazda that is orange and green, that's an actual Le Mans prototype. And I might not be fast enough for this. I mean, if I'm not fast enough for this, how fast are these guys even going? They have to be going at a completely unreal speed. Well, it might be enough. Well, it will be enough for this one, but I don't know the shitty one. That one is still ahead. Maybe not for long, but keep in mind that I cannot go faster than this. Yeah, that's where I kinda stop, and I don't know if these guys stop there or if they can keep going faster. Hey, for now I will overtake, but how long will it take for him to overtake me back? We will see. Or maybe this is simply gonna be free. The real challenge of this race though will be the tires. Even if I'm using super slick tires, you also have to keep in mind that like 20 laps on this oval will be enough to have these things get worn out. And when they are worn out, it's gonna be hard to go straight, which is the whole point of the ovals. What I expect from this, and the reason why I wanted to do this event, is because I expect the reward to be very good. Maybe it won't, maybe the reward is gonna be a piece of shit. But if it's a Le Mans prototype or this shitty one here, that's a good reward. Because it will be probably useful for some of the other championships. And so far I am clearly faster than all of them. Like, I don't think they should be able to overtake me, at least until the tire wear becomes real. Well, actually the tire wear and the oil. Now that I think about it, like the oil should start, like, will probably start failing in the middle of the race. Because it's been a while since I changed the oil. And considering how close they are to me, it will be a good test to see how much the oil actually affects the top speed. Because if they are able to overtake me, it means that the oil actually affects top speed. Now, just in case I need it, where is the pit entrance? Well, probably where it says pit in gigantic letters, yeah. Though, at the speed that I'm going, is this car even gonna stop at the pit? It's like you're gonna enter the pits and you're gonna kill everyone there. If they actually had, you know, models with people in the pits and they actually had collisions, it will turn into a ragdoll festival. Now, who is the poor soul here that I'm gonna lap? What happens with this guy? I wonder. Okay, which car are we talking about here? And why did you even show up? I think that's a more interesting question. Well, it's the Pagani Huaria, right? Yeah. Huaria, no, Sonda. I'm pretty sure the Huaria wasn't invented in 2001. It was still it was still non-existent. No, it's the Pagani Sonda. Well, that's rough, buddy. Sorry that it has to be that way. It would be nice if he somehow... Wait, is it actually delaying the other guys? Like, are they dumb enough that they cannot overtake in an oval like this? And yeah, it seems to be the case. I mean, otherwise... Well, maybe not. I don't know. But it feels like they at least got delayed a little bit. And that will fuel my... what I say about the AI being absolute shit. But this is gonna take a long time. It's not like it requires anything else than, you know, holding the accelerator and slightly steering to the left. Hey, how was everyone's day? So today I personally cleaned the house. The apartment. Not much more aside from that. Watched a fighting game tournament. What is that? That fighting game tournament had something that I was interested in. But unfortunately, that something starts at the same time I stream. Honestly, looking at today's races, I think it would have been better to not stream and actually watch that tournament. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I can watch the repetition, you know. Not like it will be lost forever. Okay, I really... You know that this Like the Win event here that I'm playing was also a thing in Gran Turismo 4. But I'm pretty sure that in Gran Turismo 4 it wasn't 20 laps. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it was also 20 laps, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't. But at least it seems that they learned the lesson that doing 20 laps on an oval like this is a bad idea. I just don't know how it didn't occur to them in this game already that doing 20 laps would be a bad idea. Seems a little bit obvious to me. Because I mean, if this was a game that actually had strategies, like, you know, that you needed to enter pits and depending on that you will get in a position or not. Like, this is not like the oval at Daytona, USA, where deciding when to pit and, you know, staying at the top in the endurance mode that the game has, that it's something relatively challenging. Here it isn't. You don't even need to use one of those fancy cars. You can just use this. And that's the Sonda again, dude. I haven't even lapped the 5th place once, but I already lapped the last place twice. If I was that Sonda, I would feel very demoralized right now. Oh, the Viper is pitting in, huh? So these guys are actually gonna use the pits. They just need to go forward, dude. Oh, my oil is failing, by the way. But looking at the top speed, there doesn't seem to be any difference at all. And also, I think there is another thing that I noticed. When I was about to overtake the GT1, I feel like I got faster when I was behind him, so I think this game actually has slipstream mechanics, if that's the case. For now, with my top speed, the oil doesn't seem like it makes any difference, so I should be more than fine. My poor tires though are starting to complain. I feel like if I don't stop a single time, I will still be able to finish the race. I mean, even if they are boarding red, you cannot lose control on a track like this. And you cannot pop a tire either, so... I mean, if you could pop a tire, it would at least be interesting to make sure it doesn't go into red, but since that's not the case, it's a little bit useless. Wait, the Viper, is that another Viper or is it the same one? I'm assuming it's another. Your shiny lamp red again, yeah, I know. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it makes any difference for top speed. Like, my top speed is the same as in the beginning of the race. And as you can see, it's good enough to maintain the lead, so I don't think it will be a problem. No, the problem here is the fact that this race even exists in the first place. And that's the real issue here. Okay, so here comes our second lap car, which is the Dodge Viper that should speed. And then we have the Sonda yet again that is gonna get a lap for the third way. Actually, is that the Sonda? No, that's not. No, that's not the Sonda, that's another one. But I don't know what car that is when it got pit. Oh, and the second place went to the pits. Wait, are tires really that big of an issue to you? Come on, dude. Just keep going forward, bro. You're exaggerating. Well, and there is the Sonda. You wanted the Sonda, there it is. And this is the Le Mans prototype in third place. Are you gonna pit too or what? What are you doing? Whatever you do, do it behind me. It is gonna be half an hour. Looking at the total time and what every lap takes, this is gonna be fucking half an hour of going around an oval. You know that a lot of people say that oval races are extremely uninteresting because the only thing you do is to steer to the left. But the thing is that in real oval races, there are a lot more things going on than just steering on the left. The problem is that in this game there is no other thing going on. That's all you do, so... If your only content for oval races is this game, then yeah, oval races fucking suck. But oval races are very interesting normally. I mean, in the first place, you wouldn't be allowed to drive a car that is very clearly way faster than everyone else. That's not how oval races work. Like, aside from that is the fact that, you know, you will actually, if you had an accident at this speed, you are dead and you are out of the race. And tire wear will actually be something important in that regard. Here, if you touch the wall even at this speed, nothing happens. You don't even lose control, much less get destroyed. Yeah. It's one of those things that... Yeah. It is indeed a very uninteresting race. Speed 12 is speeding in. I don't even know which one that was. I mean, I could go to pits. Like, look, here's the thing. If this game actually had, like, tire popping, I should enter the pits no matter what. But I'm pretty sure that mechanic is not in this game. More importantly, I'm pretty sure that mechanic is not in any Gran Turismo game. Not even the ones that are supposed to be the more modern ones that are intended to be more simulators, you know. Hey, that's the thing. I think that Gran Turismo never had tire popping, so for a race like this, there is absolutely zero reason to pit, essentially. You know? Well, and the perfect way to see it, to check if I'm losing time or not, I mean, just look at the best lap time and look at my current lap times. It's pretty much the same shit. But yeah. I will probably continue like this until the end of the race. I mean, the only part where it will be tougher is in straights, trying to keep the car going straight. Yeah, that will be challenging, but not like it will be a big deal. We got turbo lower again. And we also got 1,000 miles on this car. That's pretty cool. I just wish I knew what the number on the left is supposed to mean. Because the number on the right is very clearly the mileage, but what's the number on the left? It cannot be miles. It has to be something else, but what else could it be? Also like that the ASM slightly activates when I turn now. Just one of my tires is so bugged. But I gotta say that it will be pretty funny if somehow this game has tire pop and I do that and I lose the race because of it. Will be pretty amusing. Well, pretty amusing until I remember that I just wasted time in this race. But yeah, no worries. There is no tire popping, trust me. But I think that this makes me think, if you install the transmission customization on these cars that I'm racing against, and you put the shifts the longer that you can, are they gonna reach like 300 miles per hour or something like that? 'Cause that will be, you know, very unrealistic. I don't even know if that's possible. So on the right side I will lap every car in the race, and it will be the first time that happens. Like, I wonder if when it shows the time difference, if it actually shows the time or if it just says 1 lap. It probably will say 1 lap. I had to take a guess. And here comes the Sonda again. Mr. Sonda seems that it's not tired of eating shit, so he keeps doing it. I really want to see all my tires go red. I think that I wouldn't be satisfied if only my right tires get red. Like, I want my whole car to be red. Make it funnier. The second place is that red car that you see there. So I think that he doesn't even need to enter pits for me to overtake. Well, I mean, he entered pits once, but I don't think he needs to enter again. Like, I'm actually gonna overtake him normally, probably. But here we can do the test about slipstreaming again. If I get behind this car, if my speed actually increases or not. Also, my left tire is getting so fucked that I'm no longer like wobbling to one side. Like, it's actually balanced now. Both tires are just as dead. Promise that it definitely seems like they are definitely slipstreaming mechanics. Like, I don't think I can be 100% sure with that one, but it feels like they were a thing there. So are you gonna show 1 lap now, or what are you gonna say? I'm surprised that it didn't show it there already. Shouldn't you have shown it there? Or what? Or maybe when you lap someone, like, the game just doesn't know what to do. It probably knows what to do. But yeah, show me. Show me what happens when you lap someone. Give it to me. But it actually doesn't show it. like the car just disappears from the competition, you know? It just doesn't exist. Well, that's disappointing. I wanted to see the -1 lap, but I guess we won't. But really, I mean, why wouldn't you? Isn't it important to know where the second place is? Even if it's lapped by a... Well, if it is lapped. Hey man, he entered the pits as well. If he wasn't already absolutely dead. Just wanted to be... to finish getting buried. Yeah, but no, it just doesn't appear again. Like you lap someone and it feels like the game just has an aneurysm. It doesn't know how to handle it. Tires about to bleed out. Nah, they are fine, dude. They just really like to exaggerate. You think they are in a bad shape, but no. They just want to get my attention, you know, and nothing else. I want to see them all red. That one on the front left is still not red enough. Hey, come on. Give me more red. You can tell that the two rear tires are so fucking dead that I can actually go straight like this without any issues. And I really find that pretty funny. Like in reality, obviously the tires should already have popped a long time ago. But like at the very least, if they don't pop, the effect, instead of being the fact that it balances out, should be that your car is completely out of control. Like I shouldn't be able to go straight like this, you know. You know, the game doesn't give a shit about that. If this is not an endurance, I don't know what is. Even if the game technically doesn't consider it one, this is by all intents and purposes a fucking endurance. I'm sorry, but you don't put it in the endurance category, but it pretty much is. It definitely is. It's whatever. I mean, not like the name changes a thing, you know. It's still a pain in the ass whether it will be considered an official endurance or not, you know. I'm just very... I really hope the car reward doesn't disappoint me. As I know the credit reward is absolute shit. So knowing that, I want the other reward to not be absolute shit, you know? But I don't know. Anything is possible. I mean, if it's a Dodge Viper, I don't think it will be a bad reward either. But then again, I already have a 4WD racing car to use. Man, the AI is so fucking dumb. Like, that Dodge Viper actually struggled to overtake the Pagani Sonda. That's crazy. In a novel, of all things. Well, the issue is that, well, they are not gonna be all sure, but the following events are essentially gonna be kinda long like this. I cannot really say I'm looking forward to them. My idea, depending on how painful it is though, but my idea is to beat every single event outside of endurances, of course. Like, endurances, forget about them. Forget they exist. Maybe I'll do one or two, but looking at how the regular, well, the very quote-unquote regular events, it's certainly not very worth it to waste time on the endurances when you're already wasting that much time in everything else, you know? Yeah, that's fine. At least next one is the final lap. Finally. And it will actually take more than half an hour. Slightly more. Oh, hello. What were you doing there? Well, it was exiting the pits, that was what it was doing. And my tires are also all red. I guess my objective was overall achieved. Pretty nice. Okay. To think that this little car is so absurdly powerful. I mean, I expected it to be enough to beat most of the sport car races, but at this rate it really will be enough to beat everything. Very nice shit. And we are finally done. Can you believe that? That took a little bit too much. Also, the Viper beat the Le Mans prototype. What? That doesn't seem to make much sense. But whatever, I'm out of here. So what car are you gonna give me? Oh, it's a single car. Oh, and it is the Le Mans prototype. Team, so it was actually worth it to do this after all. Alright, well, there you have it. And it's not a gacha, like I would have gotten that one no matter what. Well, alright. That's an actual very good reward. I guess that also means that a lot of the races will become quite trivial as long as I'm allowed to use this thing. Yeah. 500,000 just to sell it. What are the specs? Damn, and it's also so lightweight, it's crazy, dude. It's also MR drivetrain. Well, it won't be useful for the drivetrain competitions, I guess. But, who cares? So let me oil change first of all. I guess I can also give this little thing a wash. Probably. I guess the next competition I wanna try, and probably the last one for today, is the turbo competition. On professional, of course. This one. Also, Tim, another... Bro, why are you like this? Another test course race? Starting to regret my decision. This is unbelievable, dude. Actually unbelievable. Well, I gotta remember to change the... Oh, the car I'm using is also here, huh? Pretty cool. Alright, so first of all... No, not this. Leave that as it is. Let it stay there. I hope I didn't permanently fuck up the first shift. I will assume I didn't. No, it's fine. And also change the tires to make them medium slick instead. So how many laps are we talking about here? I mean, I still think medium slick is the right answer regardless, but... Well, yeah, 10 laps to nobody's surprise. And is the test course also gonna be 10 laps? It will be very fucked up. I wonder if, since my opponents are turbo cars, if they have like a super fucked up turbo and they actually go a lot faster than I do. Wow, alright, well that's a great start for that guy. I think that you probably put on too much turbo, buddy. It was pretty funny. But in terms of raw speed, I'm clearly the fastest one, but... let's see the rest, you know? Raw speed is not gonna be everything here. And well, here I do know that I need to pit in at least once. Though actually last time that I did this track with medium slick, and I pit in on lap 8, but it seems like I could keep going for a couple more. So maybe I don't even need to pit. But only because it's this particular track, not for any other reason. It seems that our opponent is gonna be the Skyline. And I mean, that's very relative. Calling him an opponent, we will see. Doesn't seem like it will offer too much resistance though. I think there aren't that many... Well, they are the championships that this thing can participate in. Oh man, the professional championships are gonna be insanely long. If the amateur championships were an hour and 20 minutes, like I can easily expect, as I mentioned before, that a single professional championship is gonna take like a whole stream to be beaten. Which is bad, without a doubt. That's a very bad thing. But look, on the bright side, I don't even need to waste money on a Le Mans prototype. That's the crazy thing to me, because it got given away for free, pretty much. Absolutely free of charge. It's unbelievable as it is. Uh-oh. I step on the wrong place. My bad. I'm surprised that at this point in time they don't bring faster cars. So I guess the faster cars will be exclusive to the championships and not this like like solitary events, right? They will come later, most likely. Okay, unfortunately, I will say that overall, this was very uneventful because every race has been more or less free. The only one that was relatively exciting was the Laguna Seca one, that I almost lost at the end. Okay, aside from that, it was overall very, very uneventful. Extremely uneventful. Okay, it is what it is. Oh, now that I remember, I didn't save the game, but it's okay. I can save it later. Unless the power goes off again, that would be pretty funny. And if it happened yesterday, I don't see why it wouldn't happen today, right? And hopefully it doesn't happen, okay? Hopefully it does not. I still would have expected the Turbo Cup to at least have more interesting opponents though. Because this at the end of the day are still sport cars. None of these are racing cars. I mean, one thing that you can do to make these events more challenging if you want to is to drive them without the racing aids, but why would I do that? I mean, like, the main problem of these events, well, yeah, the fact that they are, you know, easy is an issue, but it's also the fact that they are long. You know, and if I don't use racing aids, the thing is that I will be very inconsistent with my driving, because yes, I will be worse obviously, but the thing is that I will be inconsistently worse. So in one event, for example, I could, like, I don't know, go off track a couple times, and maybe in some other event I cannot do a single corner properly. So these racing aids, what they do is, well, aside from making sure you don't go off track too much, is that they also allow you to be consistent in the way you drive. Like, the only thing that can affect your consistency is your tires wearing out, or the oil also getting worn out. But yeah. Ah, shit. It's the same corner I fucked up at the beginning. My bad. I think these tires will be able to last until the end of the race. We already have some people pitting in. I wonder if the Skyline is gonna pit in. That is essentially the only one that matters. It will, It actually will. Though that's not, I mean, that's another skyline. Like, that's not the skyline that is on second place. I wonder if that one is gonna pit in. Are you? We don't need that corner, don't worry about it. No, the other skyline still doesn't feel like pitting in. I mean, even if I were to pit in, I could, because my advantage is big enough to not be a problem. I can already see my car going to the left on its own. Am I actually be risking it a little bit here? I mean, it's not really a risk when the second place is so far away, you know. It seems that just like with the races before, the second place will absolutely refuse to pit. No matter what. Even if the car was in... Okay, never mind, he will pit in, actually. I should have pit in, because my car right now is very hard to handle. It's okay, we can, I mean, I could pit in here. It will obviously be quite sad to pit in for a single lap, but I can tell you that the car right now is like unmanageable. Like, it's very hard. Because one thing is doing an oval, obviously, where you just need to worry about essentially going forward. But on a real track, that tire being like that is bad. Right, so yeah, let's go to pits, because doing another lap like this will be impossible. Even if it's only for a single lap, we gotta do it. But at least now I know that for this particular track, 10 laps on this thing with medium slick tires is not enough. Yeah, no worries. I also wonder if this game has the concept of cold tires. In real life, when you go to pits and you put on new tires, the new tires at the beginning are not easier to handle than the old ones that you just replace, because at the very beginning they are cold. I mean, the fact is that the tires need to heat up in order to be easier to handle. Not too much though, but they have to hit a minimum amount to be easier to handle. So theoretically, new tires are not better than old tires at the beginning, but they get better as it goes. I don't know if this game has something like that, because sometimes it does feel like it gets harder to drive as soon as you get out of the pits, but I'm really not sure. Maybe it's just my imagination. Also, I saved there simply because I obviously don't want to repeat the wind event. Alright, so here. But man, doing test course again, and it will be even more painful if you're talking about 10 laps, and it most likely will be 10 laps. Of course. Just don't understand why, dude. Why are the fucking devs so obsessed with the test course in this game? That's yet again another of the multiple things on this game that is the only Gran Turismo that does it. No other Gran Turismo game is as obsessed with this fucking oval as this one. I can guarantee you that. Well, this is gonna be 15 minutes thrown to the trash. It is what it is, I guess. If we want the completion, it has to happen. I'll tell you my plans for tomorrow, though. Tomorrow... Well, for this game, I mean, I want to do the professional championships, because that's where I assume that the real challenge is gonna be. So far, these guys, like, in every single one of these cups that I did today, they did not offer a challenge at all. Like, the fourth GT was the closest I got to a challenge, so... I will assume that the championships are probably gonna start making use of the Le Mans prototypes and shit like that, so that's where the real challenge is most likely gonna be. And if that is the case, I'm looking forward to it. Hey, I don't know. I kinda wanna try some of those championships with this car though, but I know that that will be a bad idea. I think those championships, especially the one that shows up on the second place, that it's supposed to be like the Gran Turismo championship or whatever, that one is most likely gonna, you know, require the Le Mans prototype car. Probably. But I don't know. Now, it's pretty crazy to me that you can pick any sports car, like put the maximum horsepower you can for it, install the custom transmission, set that to the longest possible like I did here, and you can participate in Like the Wind and get a free LMP that will probably beat the entirety of the game. Because I'm assuming that LMP is as fast as it gets. Like, aside from that Formula 1 that I still think exists in the game, like, that one is probably gonna be the fastest one you're ever gonna get. So the fact that you can just pick any shitty sport car, put horsepower in it, and that's it, and you win that. Well, not like the one I'm using now is a shitty sport car, but I mean, you could probably pick, for example, the Mazda RX-7, like go balls in with the turbo and the engine and all of that, and probably you will get a similar result. Because I mean, keep in mind that I won that race lapping the second place. So it's not like you need that much speed to win. Like, you could do it with slower speed. And the fact that you just unlock like one of the fastest cars in the game for free is very stupid. Like, it essentially makes the progression even worse than it already was looking before. Like, it makes it look like an absolute show. And at this point, if that LMP is enough to win every other race, the only money I have to worry about spending is for the Suzuki Scudo to obliterate the rally races, essentially. So I would like to see if I can at least get a rally car as a reward for beating a championship. So I would like to test the rally events with a car that is not so absolutely broken, you know. But if the rally events are like in Gran Turismo 2, you probably need a very broken car, because otherwise it's gonna look like that license test, like the very last license test of S that was with the GT1 car on Monaco. It's gonna look like that. It's gonna be retry after retry. But with the Suzuki Scudo, it should be very easy to win. Because the rally events, if they are like Gran Turismo 2, they are not races. They are, well, as a rally are, they are time trials. You essentially are just supposed to defeat a ghost. And to defeat a ghost, it's no different than doing the license test. So if you use anything other than the Suzuki Scudo, you probably will need to try harder a lot. So since I have enough money to buy that car, I will. Unless, as I said, I get another rally car as a normal reward, which I heavily doubt it, but you never know. Most of the rewards in this game don't make too much sense in the first place, so hard to tell. Wait, there is a little doubt that I have. Did I put the volume on the right place? I mean, it's a little bit late now to worry about that. Because you know that for the games that I played yesterday, like the volume mixer in OBS had to be different than what it has to be now. Like now it has to be a lot more quiet, because otherwise the game audio will clearly be louder than I am. But if I didn't change that, I'm afraid I did the whole stream with my voice being extremely quiet. No, I'm pretty sure I changed that. Because I was gonna say, well, Kyle can hear me anyways, but pretty sure that Kyle could hear me even if the game was in the loudest volume possible, you know. I don't think that's a good parameter. Here, since these tires are not super slick, they are all already red. But I didn't bother changing them because in this track it does not matter whatsoever. So yeah, it's like, who cares? Well, the problem, as long as I would like to think that this is the last time the test course is gonna show up, it most likely won't be. And that makes me a little bit upset. Just a little bit. Completely humiliating the Subaru Impreza. That's quite sad. Well, the remaining money that I don't use on the Suzuki Escudo, since that one is worth 1,000,000 credits, is probably gonna be spent in the cars that require, well, the cars that are required for the exclusive events, like stuff like the TBR competition and shit, though I don't think that's gonna be enough money, so I mean, I guess the important thing is that I get the money from the professional championships, because these single races are definitely not worth the money they give. In fact, these single races are not worth to be done at all if you don't care about completion. Like, the monetary reward is not good enough, the car reward is not good enough, because I mean, to beat these events, you probably need a better car than the one you're gonna be awarded for winning. So, it essentially is a waste of time. Like, there is absolutely no reason to do this. Just that at least in the amateur league, before I upgraded this car fully, things like the MR competition or the Japanese tournament, or even the British tournament, the European tournament, those were all super fun. Well, I don't know if super fun, but they actually had like a little bit of a challenge to them. The victory was not obvious, so I thought that maybe here will be the same, but no. Well, at least not with this fully upgraded car, but it's also what I say before. At this point in the game, you certainly will have a car like this. So the only reason you will use anything else is if you want to make it harder on yourself, which is a valid thing to do. When these are the type of events you get, I think I'd rather not make it harder for myself, you know? I think I'd rather not. Well, now that I remember, there was only one race in the whole game that took place in this test course that was exciting. That was with the one that I did with the Miata, because the second place was fast enough to reach me. So I had to spend the majority of the race trying to block him. That was pretty entertaining. But yeah, that's about it. Every other test course race has been quite dog shit, without a doubt. Well, at the very least, we are approaching the final lap. That's something. Also, the second place didn't get lapped yet, right? I mean, I'm not really paying attention, not like I need to pay attention, you know? I mean, maybe it did get lapped, because I don't see him I don't see him appear in the checkpoint. Maybe I did lap him at some point. As I said, I'm simply not paying attention. And why would I? I could even switch to this camera, you know? Try to make it a little bit more exciting. I mean, it's a cool camera, mostly because of the UI. I think that it looks pretty cool to see the speedometer and the tachometer there. It's also funny how the speedometer doesn't take into account this speed. The speedometer for this car only reaches 200 miles per hour. It doesn't conceive the idea of going any faster than that. But if I let go, it's probably not gonna move, right? Like the indicator. No, see? Like it only starts moving down when you are in 210. So essentially the game has 210 as like the maximum speed that it expects the cars to go. I wonder if this whole transmission thing was an oversight. I mean, how could it be an oversight if it's like the logical thing to do, right? It wouldn't make much sense. Well, let's just finish this off with this. Let's just seal the deal for today, and hopefully tomorrow we get at least more exciting races. I doubt it, and especially not if these races are... And this one is 15 laps. It's like you want me to rage quit. Like you're asking for it. 15 laps, dude. What track even is this? Oh yeah, Apricot Hill, I remember. Yeah. That's what I was about to say. I hope the races tomorrow are more exciting. But the thing is that races tomorrow, I mean, the opponents might be faster. It's still gonna be the same flavor of... Wow, nice start. I mean, that's just the start of Apricot Hill being shit. So, I mean, it's less of the start being a problem and more the fact that the suggested gear indicator is a piece of shit. Because it's telling you to go way faster than you should. And it's a very blind corner as well. And you have to be prepared for that corner no matter what. Like, it's not a coincidence that every single time that I got into that corner, I went off track. Like, at this point, what happened at that Gran Turismo tournament that possibly also costed me the tournament is something that is inevitable. Because that corner is that fucked up. And differently from a single race like this one, you cannot simply retry that specific race again. Like, you had to forfeit it and continue with the tournament pretty much. Sorry, before I went off track like that, I was about to say that I doubt that the races tomorrow are gonna be much more exciting simply because they are gonna be these races but maybe with faster cars. So hey, it's nice that there are gonna be faster cars. It's not like the difference is gonna be abysmal compared to these ones. maybe I'm wrong. Look, maybe I'm being overly pessimistic and the races tomorrow are gonna be fantastic. But I choose heavily that way. I hate this corner so fucking much, dude. How can a single corner be so fucking obnoxious? Because it's not just the fact that it's easy to not make the corner properly. It's the fact that not making the corner properly makes you waste so much time. It's probably the deadliest corner compared to Monaco, probably, if we forget that Monaco exists, that's probably the most dangerous corner in the game. Like the first corner of Apricot Hill. It most likely is. You know that another thing that I'm noticing about this game? How I say that High Speed Ring is not a track in the game, and it isn't. But Autumn Ring is also not a track in the game. Like not the small version nor the long version. So I don't know why you remove all those tracks. Doesn't seem like a very good idea if you ask me personally. I wonder if there are other tracks I'm forgetting about that were in the previous... Well, yeah, there is. I don't remember the name. Something like Tahiti Island or something like that. That one is also not in this game. So all things considered, this game is missing a lot of tracks from Gran Turismo 2. Because Gran Turismo 2 only missed one track from Gran Turismo 1, which was a special stage, Route 11. That one was not in 2 for some weird reason. Instead it had the Route 5. Route 11 for some reason was not there. But this game is lacking a lot more tracks. It also adds some other tracks, sure, like I mean Côte d'Azur, which is Monaco, is a new track, and it's a nice addition. Much of an abomination of a track as it is, it's okay. I can't really remember if Apricot Hill was a track in the previous games or not. Oh, also I'm forgetting about another track that is not in this game, that I don't remember the name, but it kinda have like the symbol of infinity, like the layout of the track kinda look like an infinity symbol. That track is also not in this game. Actually, well, that's another complaint I have about the game. A lot of content missing, you know? For seemingly no reason. Well, I guess the reason could be disk space. I mean, keep in mind that even if this era of games does, no longer uses compact disc, they use DVD. And yes, DVDs are a lot. They can store a lot more data for sure. Not like they can store an infinite amount of data, So maybe that's the reason why. I mean, in fact, hold up. Wasn't Gran Turismo 4 2-disc? Now that I think about it. Which, I mean, will explain the reason why that shit has so much content. Like, isn't there a disc for Simulate? No, maybe I'm confusing it with 2. Actually don't know. But I have a feeling that Gran Turismo 2 had 2 discs. Maybe I am confusing it with 2, I don't know. But yeah, maybe that's the reason. But I also do know that Gran Turismo 4 has a lot more content than this game. Whether it's track or cars, it's definitely a lot more. Now, tire wear here can be a real issue. The idea will be to pit in lap 8, like I did in the previous race that had 15 laps, but if I do that, it's like my tires are not gonna last that long. And my rear right tire is already complaining. Well, I have opponent cars already pitting in. Well, in fact, was that one? Yeah, that one was the second place. Because the one that is currently the second place here is the same car I'm using, the Lotus Esprit. Well, for now I will still wait until lap 8, but I don't think I'm gonna make it, in all honesty. Like, that orange color is a little bit too dark right now. I don't know if it's the right decision. Obviously that will mean that we will have to pit stop twice and not once, but I mean, with this advantage I don't think it should be a problem. I should have pit stopped there because my car is already misbehaving right now. My car is already not doing very well. As much as I wouldn't want to, I need to pit in on this lap. But if my opponent doesn't pit in on this lap, it means that I will have a little disadvantage in there. I mean, he's using the same car I'm using. Probably with different wheels. But that or CPU privilege, you know. Probably a combination of both. Oh wait, whew. I almost went so long on that drift that I couldn't even enter the pits. But let's see what my opponents do. He will not enter the pits, but my advantage is good enough to remain on the lead anyways. Does not matter. Well, as expected, I had to go off track on the first corner that was made in hell. But eventually this guy will stop in pits. The question is when. I like that the rivalry here is with the exact same car. That's pretty cute. Then I'm going off track a lot. Maybe cold tires is a thing in this game after all. It's not like it will be very hard to simulate, you know. Now, I will assume that this guy will eventually pit. Okay, yeah, he pitted on this lap. So he was able to withstand 8 laps without pitting. But yeah, unless I make a major mistake, I should win, because even with another pit stop, he cannot reach me. And thinking that there were normal races without tire wear feels like such a distant thought right now. Remember where I could use the super soft tires like it was nothing? Remember those times? I remember those times. It feels like at this point I was playing a completely different game, you know? Really feels that way. Okay. Hey Sunshine, how is it going? I'm just here driving. Unfortunately, it was a very uneventful stream today. There was only one interesting race, and that's already stretching it. Every other race has been extremely uninteresting. So yeah. I feel that because of that, I might just worry about doing the championships, ignore every other cup, like every other event with single races, and just try to rush it to the end. Yes. Oh, what the hell? Damn, a full spin? Nice to see the AI do that. That guy probably needs to go to pits. Yeah, I'm doing well. Does GT have a long campaign? Well, this one, yeah. Well, I mean, most Gran Turismo games have long campaigns. The problem is that this game, regular races like this one, like, this is not supposed to be a special race. This is a normal race. But it's a normal race that has 15 laps. That's the problem. A normal race should never be that long. Like, it is essentially, as I keep saying, a proto-endurance. And the problem is that every other race here is like this. I mean, most of them have 10 laps instead of 15, but the point is that, I mean, even 10 is something very long. So essentially, yes, Gran Turismo campaigns are naturally long, but in this game it's even worse. Like, all of this just feels like filler, you know? It just feels like it's here just to pad the game's content the most amount possible, because it doesn't really offer any value. Like, these are not challenging races. They don't give a good reward either. I mean, of all of the races we did today, only one had a good reward, which was the like the wind one. And that race fucking sucked. But it was only worth it for the reward, not for the race itself. And only the car reward, because the amount of credits it gave was also extremely shit. But yeah, I mean, the car was very worth it, without a doubt. But that's the only one in the whole day, like the only reward that was actually worth it. Yeah, the laps are long too. I mean, the laps being long makes sense because these are like supposed to be regularly sized tracks. If instead this were like 30 seconds or something, it would be not very simulator-like. So the size of the lap is fine. What's not fine is the amount of laps. Like this at most should be 5 laps if you want to make the last race be like longer than the other ones like this one is. That's fine, but the previous races should be 3 and this one should be 5, and that's already stretching it quite a little bit, but I feel like that's reasonable. This one having 2 races in 10 laps and 1 in 15 for what is a completely irrelevant cup that is not game changing at all, and it's also not hard to win at all. That's very bad. I hate filler. Yeah, I do so too. It's as I said earlier. I feel like I'm just gonna ignore all of these little cups with single races and just worry about beating championships. And once I'm done with all the championships, I'm done with the game, pretty much. I mean, I could try the rally events too, and I don't know how you unlock the last event either. That's another thing, because maybe you are forced to beat every single event to unlock that last one. I hope not, but it's a possibility. It's crazy 20 minutes for this race, yeah. Yeah, it is. And as I say, it's crazy because of the context. Like, if this was a super important race, this would be fitting, especially if it was also challenging. But being a race that is irrelevant and it's in the middle of nowhere and that it won't give you any worthy reward, yes, it is crazy. It is absolutely crazy. But it's something that I had to try, you know? Because these things, on paper well, actually on paper this also sounds very bad. On paper it would also be very bad. You wouldn't have to experience it to know it's bad. But yeah. It is the way it is. Well, here, normally I will need to pit stop, because that's the strategy that I follow for the first pit stop, but I feel like in order to at least make the final lap interesting, I'm gonna try to complete it as it is without stopping in pits, which is basically undrivable. Like, the rear right tire being like that makes the car undrivable. But at least to make it slightly more exciting, I wanna do that. And also you can check the lap time, and you can compare it with the other laps, and you will see just how much time it makes you waste to have a tire that is not in right condition. But yeah, let this lap serve as a lesson of why you don't want in regular tracks like this to leave a tire in red. Let this be a lesson. I mean, you can see that if you try to go slow, you can at least keep the car within the asphalt, you know. If you just go slowly like this, at least you won't go off track. But you are wasting time, of course, because you could do it a lot faster if you had decent tires. Not to mention that the chances of getting into an accident with tires like this are very high. I'm simply being careful here, so that's the reason why I'm not spinning out or anything like that. But if instead of being careful I actually drove like I did on the previous laps, well, in fact you can already tell in that chicane I lost control despite being slow. But that's the reason why you don't leave the tires go that red. And now you see the total lap time. Look at that, 1:28, when the normal lap time was like 1:20, 1:21. essentially 7 to 8 seconds lost. In a race like this, it doesn't matter because my opponents are that much slower compared to me, but in a race that your opponents are equals, that will be unacceptable. Like, you will lose super fast. So I got a Porsche. Sure, well, actually this will be useful for the roof competition, right? There is a roof competition where I'm pretty sure it requires that shit. Where is it though? Wait, did I dream about that? Wasn't there a roof competition? Or am I completely out of my mind? Maybe it was in amateur? I am pretty sure there was. Wow. I made that up. No way, did I really make it up? I guess I did. I don't see it here. Maybe I confused it with TBR, but why would I confuse it with that? Wait a second. You can already enter Formula GT, but don't you need a Formula 1 car? Well, it says racing cars only. Doesn't really have to be a Formula car, but... Well, that's interesting. I didn't know that this thing was already open, so... I guess you only needed to get the S license and that's it. Well, okay. Well, that's good to know, but... Now I really wonder what I'm... Like, as I said, I will do championships on the following stream, but... I really wonder which ones. Because, I don't know. Or I could simply go for that final one, beat it, and just get out of here. I don't think that's a bad idea in itself. But yeah, I think that you will probably want the Formula 1 car for that. Or maybe the Le Mans prototype will be enough. Obviously, if you make a Le Mans prototype race a Formula 1 car, at least in real life, the Formula 1 car will win every time, without a doubt. Alright, that will be it for me for today though. So, thanks everyone a lot for watching. I'll be seeing you tomorrow with more of this. Have a good one and take care.